So I'm thinking today, we have this one, but it was like no information in this room. It is obviously a learning room, or it's a guided thing, or whatever you want to call it. And it says run this, run this, run this, but there are no explanations. But at the very start there is, and this is Tiberius's apparently, his thing to read here. So let's do that and also read the other documents that we opened. This is the one, right? So let's actually move the TryHackMe over here. I close the windows I don't use, so. Oh. Still warm. Especially from a warm shower, right? You should shower cold. Yeah. So before we do any of this, I'm also thinking of actually making a new VM for this purpose, you know? Having a special one. And this one uses Windows tools, and actually a few days ago I looked at a... let's open it. So I opened this for this, but we can go to Twitch. I think I actually had this open recently. No, this is not a good thing. Let's hop back. It's better to just check the history here. So, so I had this up. This is TryHackMe. We're looking for. So it's not there. Okay. Yeah, I probably closed it earlier. Anyway. Well, I guess we'll have to go to, let's go to the channel instead, so we don't forget that front page mess. And pause this, and so it's SI anti-siphon there. So they had this thing, and somewhere in this
online training, we do on-demand training, we have
so pause. They mentioned a page. Let's see, I think it's at the end there. So this was on Twitch, and it was also in other places. So it was not his last slide. He had some other link there. Oh gosh, I clicked somewhere. Anyway, this seemed interesting too, you know. But it didn't go deep enough for me to be like, I want to know more. Come on. So this was one of his links there. Yeah, and most chat is... Actually, we should look at Discord instead. Because I think the links were some there. Let's see, was it in the start of it, maybe? So slides, you hopefully can see them in this, right? Since this is kind of short. So there's 2 links on the one I'm looking for. So I was talking about forensic analysis, and he has what's on the desk, you know, stuff. So let's just make sure it wasn't this one. No, it might be in there somewhere though, because it's talking about VM. That's the same image. So here it hops around a bit. Yeah, so it's possible that it's just before he starts his demo bit. His has a link for his. We could just go to anything that's his and find it. I'm sure. So I just want to see that one. I know it's there somewhere, you know. It's the best tool, forensic tool ever, like Excel. But I didn't use it, since people might not have it. So, what's this? Yeah, I think this is at the end here, in this link. Well, whatever, let's go to this link, right? So I'll just open a new Firefox so I can type easily. So, GitHub. Blue Cape Security. Yeah, and I clicked that link yesterday. So, I'm looking for his guide to setting up a machine.
Aiden says,
3 repos.
Good evening, Smile. Nice to see you live again.
Good evening.
Smile.
Welcome back. So yeah, so you joined the Discord. Welcome in. I should really do more stuff there, right?
Wow, that was a huge delay.
Okay, there's a huge delay. Try refreshing. See if it's better. Also, I'll make sure that I have the TTS up. So let's. So let's see. So now the TTS is the topmost, though I might need to check that I started SpeakerBot 2. I didn't. Since I thought of streaming going home too with the bike as yesterday. But I forgot to actually start a YouTube one. I need to remake how I start streams. Because YouTube is a mess there. Twitch, you just go online, and whatever name you have set it's what the stream is called, you know. And YouTube, you have to create a stream first, and it's horrible. So that also means I can't stream twice while not being home. If I stop the stream, I need to go home to fix it. You know, I don't want remote access to my machine either. So I'll have to see if I can do it on commands to StreamerBot, to setting it up. But that won't be this stream. So is your delay better? Hope it is. Or rather shorter, right? So what have I got on this phone? There. But I have the switch screen controls up. I think my mouse the cord clicked it or something. There.
It was just
Now I can
TTS
switch
delay on the
screens.
first message. The second was fine tone.
Okay, nice.
It was at least 5 minutes behind.
Yeah, so I started stuff and then I went to shower, you know. You want to cool off as much as you can before you take a shower. Yeah, so I don't have all the knowledge required to get, you know, not just, I'm not doing just the points and following along. I want to learn all the things. So, we could just start with this, but I kind of want to do the setting up a machine thingy. let's just check his repos. This is... he could have it in any readme, right? Links and stuff, so... So maybe this was it. Prepare. No, I don't think so. Here, I found the link. Build your forensic workstation. It's on his website. So he talked about it, but it didn't go there. So I'm thinking we could do this, setting up, making a... And I assume, yeah, it's Windows. So, and we already have a Windows installed VM, so we can just make a copy of it. Because that one I just installed to test for the Python course. When I test everything on Windows 10 and 11, so I made both. So we have them ready. We don't need to install Windows again. That takes hours. On a slow VM. So what do you think? Should we do this? Because the reason, right, to do it right now is to not this, you know, the virtual, the machine we connect to here, this one that we start, it was horrible and not really streamable, right? The font was tiny, the application, I guess it says it is. We could just try it too, but read this first. I'm assuming we will learn things in this. Maybe we should start with reading this anyway. And let's see what else did I... Right, it was a report that we got. And we had the Mona link too. That was from there. This was the program used. I'm a bit curious. Since this is a room that is 4 years old, there might be a much better version of this immunity debugger, right? So what do we want to do first? That's the question. Oh, this was from another link. I thought it was a short Python script to decrypt shells. I want to read them and see if there's definitely something new, right? So this is the one who this was 2 days ago. We can close this.
I think the reason they make you use that machine is because they've already disabled features like ASLR, DEP, etc., which wouldn't be too safe to do on your own machine.
Yeah,
Within a VM it's fine, so might as well put your own machine together. D.
Yeah, exactly. The question is, can we download them? We should be able to download stuff right from it, so it shouldn't be a problem to get stuff. Though it was 32-bit too. It's not like I want to have a 32-bit machine. But we should be able to see the 32-bit files and run them, of course, on 64-bit too. So what do you think is the best to do? What's this? This was the PDF. And that's where I found the link, right? So what is PWF? Practical Windows Forensics. So this is his course then, right? And that's like what he did part of, I guess, on this. He had like 20 minutes left when he started with the practical stuff. So it was mostly talking about looking at files on hard drives. And there was actually interesting stuff here. Let's see, like here. This MFT file. I didn't know that it was an actual file on the disk called MFT that has a master file table. There's actually a physical file there, normal file. That's a bit odd, but that's how NTFS works. So it was interesting stuff in there. Yes, I have to see what card is. It's noisy. Well, let's hope they're not there for too long. So, I think I'll have to close the window if they don't drive away. It's like a truck standing outside with the engine on. Let me just check here So my drives are kind of full too. This is a problem. The D has 177 gigs left. And we can also just remove one drive and put in another. I think E is... Or is it F? Or we can use another. Let's see. Yeah, I put 2 hard drives. This is a SSD or whatever. It's one of these sticks. It's actually, and these are hard drives inside the computer. And this is one I have. I just like click to remove. But I think we have a few VMs in this one. And as you can see, what fills my hard drives, these are streams. So I just want to upload everything to YouTube now. I don't record anything locally anymore. But I still want to like have some other people's streams that I don't have control over otherwise. And that I can't upload to YouTube. So here we have... Okay. This is an image from another course. That didn't start, really. It didn't want to work. Because it has VSH, and there's messy stuff when it starts. It says I require this and that, and yeah, I didn't have time for it. I guess I should keep that one. I don't think it's massive. So let's check. Well, it's kind of massive, and I could just download it again. So here I've got streams only and a few virtual machines. So how much space did we have on E? 7 gigs. That's not enough. Let's actually move those to D, I think, because they are not streams anyway, right? So, I'm just opening another. Come on. So, really, why am I messing about with this when we have total command, right? So, we had the F and we had E. And we had virtual machines over here and virtual machines here. And yeah, we could really delete these. They're just taking space. And this was just for testing my network copy program. I downloaded the Kali image one. These we will never use Black Arch. We tested installing it. It was kind of messy. I don't even remember whatever it was. We have more space on the hard drive. There, nice. But where are the Windows one? One Windows one is here. Where's the Windows 11 one? It's here. So we have. So all my drives are virtual. And the F drive is actually USB 3, right? I'm like, what is that? What is this really? Is this an old one? Yeah, now I know what it is. Right, so this is the one we wanna, or should we do Windows 11? I'm not a friend of Windows 11. No, we don't do it in Windows 11. Though, it might be a good reason to test Windows 11 more, because I haven't used it that much. So it might be a good experience just for experience, you know? And then we also have on D. So, and D is where we have the most space. What's the size of these? Let's just space them. And they're not huge. Yeah. Let's actually change this path there. No, that's not what I wanted to do. That's annoying. Well, I guess I will. So just use copied streams everywhere. And this txt files, all password, that's kind of useful, right? This is sans. Ransomware Summit machine. So we want these. Or rather, let's move these there. I will be kind of quick, right? And amazingly, when I run on USB 3, actually I had a hard drive on my desktop when I tested Diablo, whatever number it is, the last one, when they had this free period there where you could try it, and it worked without a problem on my slow computer with the USB 3 hard drive, connected hard drive. Well, this might take some time. Right? Let's do something else at the same time. Let's background this actually, and let's go to the other directory too. And that was E. So we can see the sizes here too. So D has about, well, this is calculated differently, but this one has okay amount too. Which is kind of odd. Right, we deleted stuff, that's why. This is the Black Arch annoyance things. So I thought I'd do a stream to just test installing it, and when I read on their own webpage, it said, so observe that if you install all the tools, it will be there will be conflicts between them. I'm like, well, the reason to install a finished image like Kali is finished distribution with all the tools. Isn't that to not have conflicts, right? We didn't use it much. It was such a mess. So those are now deleted. Right. So we're slowly moving it to D colon, which is data in mine, and E was like stream. And F is just like, it's called new volume. Very, very nice name there. Yeah, let's move let's see how big this image was. It wasn't that big, right? Because we don't want any images here either. So let's make a new directory here.
Black Arch is horrible. Arch is my main OS though, fix it 42 lol.
Oh, so Arch is better? I guess some people must love it though, right? But I think it might be just a like I'm cool because I'm using thingy, right? So I think this is the machine I started making for scam baiting. That's what it's called, SSB there. It has a actual user that has a Google account and stuff. It's like a fake person there. We could save it, or I could delete it, but I don't think it's huge, right? It was 24. 28. Let's actually make a directory for it anyway. So the other one has a space in it. Let's do that here too. I guess
Condias
I'm
Alia
like
says, what
filing.
method did you break into the website?
What website? And also Windows, not window. So we could also not have the dash then. Whatever, let's keep the same name just to, as the files have. I don't know if it cares. So I don't want to do 2 copies to the same drive at the same time. It will just mess up the files, right? So let's do something else. Let's start reading the article. First, I'm just going to quickly check. Let's close these. We have a better program. We have Total Commander, which I got a license a long ago when I worked at Electronic Arts. It says Electronic Arts on it. If you saw there. It was long ago. This was 2000 actually. So if we had this, let's say we wanted to make a copy of Kali here. Let's say I just know how to do it. So if we make a new machine, will it ask us if we want to copy another one? No. So that's not how we do it. Configure.
You worked at EA. What did you do there? Amused.
I had like IT for Nordic countries back then. So I was doing all the things for Nordic. We actually made a move. I built a server room. In Norway, I pulled the actual physical cables too. I built a network. Well, that's my whole life. So configure, I'll start VMs, connect to servers, virtual network editor. Oh, I didn't see this one before. Let's look. We want to see all the fun things, right? So I didn't change anything here, I think. Maybe I did. So VM snapshot. Manage, clone. This is what we want to do when we have it back, like not in the middle of a copy. And I also did do the Windows 10 first. So we could, I'm moving the Windows 10 one, but if we're going to clone the Windows 11 one, we can just do it, right? So let's see how this clone works. Current state in the virtual machine and existing snapshot. Yeah, not this machine. We need to have it open first. So let's open. And whatever drive was it on? This was when I needed 2 machines to communicate, testing my networking program. So, to have virtual machines on like 4 drives, that's not smart, right? Because I don't know which one and I don't remember which one it is. And I clicked the right one? No? Oh, maybe it's done because it started with the Windows 11 just now, so we can't do it. This is the right directory later than when it's finished. So it was done with the Windows 10 one though now. Let's continue exploring. So let's assume this one should be finished. It's doing Windows 11 now. So I can see the files here. What's being copied? I can see Windows 11 there on the path. So I'm assuming it's done with Windows 10. Let's just test this. So we still want it. I really like the other one. What on earth it's called now?
Opinion
you know
says,
what I mean, right?
Good afternoon, fix it.
Good afternoon, welcome back. Hope you're having a great day. So this one, I would like to have them like on a page, the one machines I have. Not just have them like this, and if I close them, I have to like open them again. Auto scan VMs. Scan for virtual machines. Well, let's not do this in the middle of the move of a machine, right? So now we have the Windows 10 one. Let's say we wanted to make a copy of this one now, right? So manage clone, and we now get the current state of the machine. And we can also select fresh install here, which might be nice, right? To have the fresh install Windows 10. I don't think I did a lot of things though. Alright, this is just the questions. So I put that in here so you wouldn't forget. It's QWERTY and the next line of the keyboard and the next line of the keyboard. Right? Best passwords ever. So pet, city, and nickname. Alright. So what if I
signed
here?
up for HTB Silver and I'm going to start streaming my progress on Twitch once I get everything set up.
Cool, cool, great. Wonderful. Yeah, nice. So, let's make sure. Let's give you a shout out here. Whooping.
Grats on internal, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. It was a fun one because it wasn't like everything just works, you know. There were some things that didn't work. That's nice. But it was a bit funny that those files in OPT, they were just having the passwords written down there. But there will be hopefully even more fun bugs ahead, right? So, shout out. And I don't think I'm following, so I will follow too. Everybody follow. For soon to be great content, right?
Well, thank you so much
I don't
for
know
the
how many
so.
people are in here. It's not much, I am assuming. But anyway. So, let's see.
I know. I'm going to be really nervous for the first few streams.
Oh, do you think so? I was never nervous. But that's maybe personality thing. So, let's see.
First few streams.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. Maybe you're even nervous now. Just typing like that. So we can clone in two different ways here. We create a linked clone. A linked clone is a reference to the original virtual machine and requires less disk space to store. However, it can run without access to the original virtual machine. Create a full clone. A full clone is a complete copy of the original virtual machine at its current state. This virtual machine is fully independent. So we will make this. But I'm thinking I don't want to click more forward because this is not the one we want to clone, right?
Aiden says,
And it's 95% done of the
You
copy.
were just born for this tongue.
Opinion says,
Hee hee.
translated from
Yeah, so
Tagalog.
I kind of like... I like teaching people stuff, and that's kind of my goal in the end of this, to help people learn, you know. So if someone asks any question, I'm trying to do my best to answer. But I'm kind of assuming it so far that I'm the one who knows the least of stuff. The least amount of
Dev Sutar
knowledge
says
and
hello,
information.
waving hand, Again, ma'am.
Hi. Welcome in. So, let's
Hello,
wait
Aiden.
until we have the Windows 11 one. It's done in one. Oh, I actually clicked and it was done. So, we can start to copying this one over. So, we want to move it over to the same place. We have them all in the same place.
Aiden says,
Oh, right.
Hey Whoopinion Smile gave you a
We'll
follow.
fix it later.
Smile.
Yeah.
Whoopinion says,
Or bless you, Aiden, tag you for the follow.
Fixerbot says,
New follower, call me Ido. Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow.
Aiden says,
How am I subbed but not following Fixit 42 lol?
Oh, yeah, right. I noticed there was a sub, but I didn't see who it was. Thank you very much. It's supposed to, say something. I don't know why I didn't. Whatever. Thank you very much. That was kind of funny though. Sub but not followed. Let's see. So, let's do it again now when we should have this box actually fully there. First of all, we need to open it. And it's the Windows 11 one now. Not slow. And then we go for manage and clone. And now we know what to do this time, right? We're going to use an existing
I think I subbed when you were
snapshot fresh
cycling.
install. Okay.
Whoopinion says,
Okay, thank you. That's
This
why
keyboard
then.
keeps dropping keystrokes, so you'll have to forgive the typos. Fix
No
it
problem.
is used to
I
it
don't
now, lol.
mind typos. I don't mind typos. An existing. So I don't always watch even the chat. I might just listen to it. So I know that once I misheard it because it read it in an odd way, so I answered in a totally off way. And then when I watched the stream afterwards to highlight something or whatever, I was like, oh my god. So it's might be a problem to just listen to it too. Maybe I should read everything. But why then have the TTS? No, the TTS is lovely, right? I love it. So we want to create a file clone. We can't do a linked one for this. Okay, interesting. So why could we do it for Windows 10 but not for the Windows 11 one? I think they're kind of the same. The reason to use Windows 10 here though would be that it might require less resources, right? And these are also set to 64 gigs, but it's not like it's using that, So, we want the name to be... Oh, definitely not C. That would crash everything. It's just a tiny one. I need to get a SSD for at least... It's just
I think it's
500
because of the
gigs, 2 terabytes or
TPM
something.
requirement on Win 11 maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe... So, of course, this doesn't have a TPM. And my machine doesn't, of course. So I'm thinking Windows 11... I'm thinking, should it be forensic? Should it be just anyway, generally testing stuff? Maybe we want to do some kind of development on this too. What do you think? Should I use Windows 10 instead? Is that better? Maybe it's better to clone the Windows 10 one. I was just thinking that if I use the Windows 11 one, then I can, it's not that there's a lot of difference, but still, I'm not using it a lot. Actually, both here and at work I have Windows 10.
I think Windows 10 might be less hassle.
Yeah, maybe there's like extra messy stuff that you have to go through. So maybe let's do this one. We can always do it again, you know? It's not like this is forever. I end up in the snapshot menu again. So, clone. And now we can do this one too. Let's do the fresh install. And create a full clone. And it was that didn't work, right? Yeah, so clone off, that's not a pretty name. We want to call it something else. Should do forensic. I'm thinking it's not only that, but that's the main thing maybe. It doesn't have to be perfectly named, and we can't rename it too. And I have caps on. So forensic. And yeah, so this changed automatically. That's nice. Let's just switch the drive to, we were putting them all on. So a quick check for space now with the current state. So we have 135 here and 164 here. I'm thinking still we want it on D, and I have stuff here I can move over to E instead to get more space on this one. So let's do D. So it's nice to have them all collected in one place, right? So D virtual machines. And it should like copy all
I've
the
not
things.
rebuilt this PC for ages because there's a high risk I won't be able to reinstall Windows 11 without some kind of problem with TPM or secure boot.
Okay, are you sure about that? I mean, there are ways to get around that easily, right? Yeah.
Aiden says,
Opinion, there's an easy fix for that. Format and install Linux smile.
Yeah, but you need some
Opinion
Windows
says,
stuff, right?
It
It's
can be
nice
tricky.
to have Windows. I'm kind of split though, because all my vacation I was only using Kali, and well, the 1 week and 1 day that I was away from home. And I was playing Minecraft with my kids on Kali. I was doing like all my documents, and I have everything in Google Docs, you know, in Sheets, and then I cloned my Obsidian there. I was using VS Code, you know, but mostly I was outside cutting down an enormous, well, a lot of trees and stuff inside a hedge. So it was. So I did, what was Syrian in English? I don't remember. I don't want to Google it again. So it's pretty flowers. Let me just check here. So we have Control R here, and we have Kali image here. Yeah, in E. And in D, we have, this is just a txt file. Let's actually move this one inside this folder, right? So we know that the text file is there. And we have the new machine, it's copying. It's like past 2/3 or 1/3. So almost halfway. We have this, but this extra Kali one is not there. And also my main Kali one is on the SSD, so I want it quick, you know. So it's on C colon. But I need to make it, I really need to buy some stuff. I should do that. So maybe we should order some hardware today. I already showed you my address and everything on stream, you know. It's not like anything is secret about me.
It's not that I couldn't get a rebuild done if I need to, it's just that I dread it so much more with Win 11 any previous version.
Yeah. So I have actually not reinstalled this computer in a long time, and he really should do it. But now when I'm streaming Monday to Friday, it's kind of hard to, do everything that quickly. It's putting it out. I don't think I want to do it, It's a downtime.
Exactly. It's the downtime.
Yeah. So we have a perfect talking opportunity here, Jess. What do you want to talk about, people? We can start reading Tiberius Docs too, right? In the same time, I don't feel stressed about this. It's going quickly. So also, right, let's actually pause this other one, because it's actually putting files in there from here, and I'm trying not to do that. So do you remember the old defrag, I'm trying not to fragment stuff if I can avoid it. So copying two things to the same drive at the same time, that I'm trying to avoid, and this was what we were doing, right? Yeah.
I do.
So we still get fragmented stuff. We just never... I think Windows kind of does stuff in the background, maybe. I don't know if it does. Or if it's just quick enough and it doesn't care anymore. That's a thing we need to Google. Why don't we have defrag? I'm guessing SSDs anymore. Yeah. So, but the rest of the drives. But also SSDs have a limited write and read, right? So it's different.
I remember it becoming a meme where the help desk would stall for time by leaving users' PCs defragging regardless if they needed it or not, lol.
Oh, right. Yeah. Can we do defrag? So, is defragging computers still a thing?
Aiden says,
It defrags in the background. I believe
yeah,
smile.
I'm kind of thinking that Windows might do stuff in the background itself, right? Data storage technology has evolved over the years. Starting with Windows 7, the hardwares are automatically defragged, so you don't need to do it manually. Yeah. So since Windows 7, we don't need to do it, because it's done automatically. And SSDs it skips, of course. Yeah. Actually, let's is it grc.com? I've never been on this page.
I think SSDs largely made it redundant anyway.
Yeah, but I don't have SSDs except for my C drive, so that's why I'm curious. I'm actually thinking of buying a 24 terabyte drive and normal hard drive, SATA drive, and a 2 terabyte SSD, so we can like have a bit, can hold all the VMs in there, right? Maybe I need a bigger one though. We'll see how big this directory will be. So the cloning is done. Cloning done. So let's start this one and let's hop back up here. Yeah, Gibson Research Corporation. Oh, it looks cute. We're back in the 90s, definitely. Yeah, 3. I see that, but do a TV spin arrayed. Yeah. But I have these drives laying around, you know. I think they all have like smart errors or something, but they seem to work fine.
I say that, but I do have a TB spindle RAID mirror myself, lol.
So the one I have visible is a Seagate.
Translated
actually.
from French.
Western Digital Greens FTW.
Yeah. So I stopped using RAID after 2 drives crashed at the same time and I lost all my data. I rather have different bits of my data on different drives, and if they crash, they crash, you know? And having backup of the important stuff on a hard drive that's not connected. Like photos of my kids and stuff like that. And maybe some programming stuff. Stuff that's not downloadable. And now we're using YouTube as backup. So if they like delete my channel, I'm bye-bye.
Neil the Mispus says,
I had a 2U server with 14 TB worth of 15,000 revolutions per minute drives. Was like 24 drives though, lol.
Oh gosh, that must have been a bit ago, right? I'm thinking how... yeah. It was a bit since I was in the server room, actually.
Whoopinion
Yeah,
says,
the
did you wear
noise.
earplugs?
So I don't want to have any rack-mounted servers at home. No. So I haven't been to this page before.
Neil the Mispus says,
Nope, that's why I got rid of it though, lol.
Yeah. So here's his mail. You can subscribe and subscribe. You can give... This is security now, you know. The dude who makes security now.
Whoopinion says,
And he's making the
Scuzzy would
spin
have been
right
noisy as hell.
app, so that's why I was thinking of it.
Neil the Mispus says,
It wouldn't have been bad if I removed the fans, but then it would melt, lol lol.
Yeah, so I guess this is probably what I had done. So it says update tools. Yeah, let's update tools then. Okay, so I need to log in first. This is interesting. I don't know what the password is. I don't remember. It's in my notes, you know. Yeah, so was it like... Let's try nothing. No, that's incorrect. Did we do password? So right after installation of Windows. So oh right, so when I click here it opens that. So we want to update the tools. Cancel tools installation? So it's still doing it. Okay, we're logged in now. We'll install stuff. So I don't know why, but I think this is kind of ugly. I don't like this color.
Whoopinion says,
Gibson Research. Shields up. I used to chat with him on Usenet back when he set the company up. Must have been
Cool.
something like 1998-99?
Yeah,
Neil
I
the
don't know,
Mispus
but
says,
they're...
Tempted to build a new rig and turn my current one into a server, cause it can hold like 10 3.5 drives. Toss a bit of
nice.
WD Red Pro or Seagate Iron Wolf Pro in it.
That's nice. So I guess I'll fill this in later. But I've been thinking, like maybe I should mail him. Like, I'm currently listening to the podcast when I biked both to work and home. I was listening to the podcast Security Now. But now I was just thinking that this is like a tool, right, for hard drives. So I'm curious what it actually does. I have to see its menus. Everything's supposed to be code-free here, right? Let's look at his page.
Aiden says,
I used to have a Dell PowerEdge R810 running right next to my bed. I had to force the fans to run at 10% overnight, and it kept the room pretty toasty. Fix at 42
Oh
lol.
gosh.
Woopinion
Oh
says,
gosh.
Compaq ML70 was my desktop PC for a while lol. ML370.
translated from Italian.
Oh. Yeah, I used to work at Compaq too. And I worked a kind of short bit on Dell too. But those were before I worked at DA, so it's kind of long ago. Compaq is like very nostalgic there for me. So I just thought of that. I never actually went to his page. I just heard him say the URL like a million times, you know, on the podcast. So let's just check these things. So this is just a link to his site, okay? And this was okay. So we don't have to look at these. This was actually what we were after. And this is other stuff for the course that I was listening to a part of there on. Here. It was 2 days ago, and Siphon had this thingy. So let's just look at this. Build your forensic workstation, right? This tutorial describes how to set up a highly functioning forensic workstation to conduct DFIR. Okay, digital forensic, maybe investigation research or something, I don't know. Are you looking to learn how to perform a digital forensic investigation to start from finish? Check out the practical Windows forensic course and become an expert. And he has a link to his course. Yeah.
Forensic research, probably.
But there's an I there too. So research, I guess. So, but the investigation, the I could be investigation. So, digital forensic investigation from start to finish is investigation there too. In this tutorial, you will learn how to build a forensic workstation that consists of a combination of the best and the most common tools. And this dude just works with education on this now, right?
Neovimispus says,
Most common tools
Lolly, those
experts are
rack
using
servers are
during
toasty.
professional.
Running 2 in my office in winter, I had to have window open and a couple fans going ha.
Woopinion says,
Adverts.
Oh, those rack servers are toasty. Running 2 in my office in winter. Oh. Yeah. So that's how you should make it warm during winter. Maybe I should start using, but there's the sound too, you know. There's the noise. I don't like the noise. So
Aiden says,
I live in Australia too, so it's already hot enough lol. My room would get to like 35°C with the server going. Not nice to sleep in.
No, not really. Though I probably have it here. Actually, I've been sleeping the last 2 days in the sofa in the living room downstairs because it's, you know, I also have a bed by the roof, so it's like the highest place in the house. So best and most common tools. The site builds upon Windows VM with Ubuntu Linux using Windows VSL. So that's what we had problems with the other one. So I'm curious, we'll see how it works now. Also, that one I thought, why didn't they just put 2 VMs up? You know, you can have one for Linux and one for Windows instead of combining. This is a VM in a VM then, and that's not like the best thing, right? The proposed tools that are either open source, free, or free for non-commercial use, as well as recognized in the industry. So install a hypervisor, install Windows Guest VM. So we're actually done with these stuff. Then if we want to enable VSL, I'm thinking maybe we should split it. What do you think? Maybe it's nice to have this tested. We can let's actually, like, before installing we can make a snapshot. So configure the Windows environment, download and install forensic tools. Tools listing, next steps, alternative options. So via forensic workstation, DFIR. Let's actually quickly do a Google, but I'm kind of assuming I wasn't far from the, yeah, oh, it's incident response, digital forensic and incident response. So I was very far from the truth. Nice, that's always good. That's why we checked it, right? So now we know it's incident response. The DFIR world consists of tremendous amount of open source projects and tools. As a forensic analyst, you will often be called challenged with investigating all kinds of. I should have some water here. I'll just get my water. It's still downstairs. So my other water bottle is much better. This one, it kind of leaks water here. You can't drink a lot. This is the right size for the bike holder, so. Backup settings in Windows there. Also, I noticed it's a red dot here. Why doesn't anything happen? Right, this is a VM. So I should be patient. So let's. Should we keep it not safe? Maybe. Nah, let's restart it. Anyway, it's anyway already installed. It just needed to restart. So, a tremendous amount of open source and production tools. As a forensic analyst, you will often be challenged with investigations, all investigating. How am I reading today? All kinds of different image types, operating systems, and files. File type during an investigation. Having a dedicated forensic workstation and the appropriate tools ready to go in a timely manner is critical. In this guide, we will be using VirtualBox, Type 2 hypervisor, and Windows Server. So they're doing VirtualBox, and that's the one I meant, and I couldn't find the name. that they have this nice menu where you can start the different ones you have. And Windows Server 2019 Essentials VM. So I actually started with VirtualBox, but then I went over to VMware, including VSL1 and Ubuntu installed. Yeah, so they are doing Windows Server. Right. So the plus there would be that you don't have such a mess of things installed by default, I guess. Maybe we should do that. It's important to closely follow the instructions to avoid compatibility issues with when it comes to VirtualBox and VSL. And here we also have another reason to think we might want to do exactly what he does, because I know that VSL had problems on my VMware when I tried to start this other image. Right, let's pause this. So this one. It had problems. It couldn't start. It can't start probably. If we try. Oh. This is one from that ransomware summit. Since ransomware summit. But I didn't. I maybe should do those things too. They had like stuff that's very defined stuff, right? Labs simply. So we're on English.
I think in VMware you just need to enable the virtualization engine for WSL to work.
Yeah, we could try to start it if you want. Let's do that. So, yeah, so it's Swedish keyboard, English. Swedish keyboard, English. Why? I guess I don't mind having English. As long as it's Swedish keyboard. Whatever. So usually when it says Ing here, it's for the English keyboard, not... Oh gosh, we need to remove this icon, right? Horrible.
Opinion says,
Swedish keyboard mafia.
Yeah, I realized when I was doing like USB stuff, you know, getting a reverse shell on a USB when you plug it in, fake USB. And I was kind of safe there because in Swedish keyboard we got the character here, the A ring with 2 dots instead of the colon and stuff. So I had to switch to English keyboard for it to work. But of course I can fix that, you know, if you know what language you're going for. So it's a security feature to have another keyboard. Did you know that? Because it's doing the keys, not the actual characters. So, right. There are pros and cons to this approach. Virtualization allows us to quickly have clean and pre-configured forensic system available. This comes with some performance limitation when compared to physical systems or Type 1 hypervisors. I'm like combining the words there. Therefore, this guide is mostly intended to be used for training purposes in your own home lab environment. Yes, I'm kind of thinking, let's go for the one that we have, right? We have a machine. So they are doing Windows Server with 2019 though. And I'm thinking that let's install it, right? Because it might, but also it will shut down, right? Won't it? We recommend downloading Windows Server 2019 VHD version as it provides the best performance and the setup process for VSL is easier than with others. It's also the quickest way to download a ready-to-go VHD, which skips the need to install the operating system from an ISO. And I really prefer installing from an ISO anyway, because that Kali ISO I was running here, or image, or whatever you want to call it, VHD in this, it's not perfect, you know, it's not how you want it. So, downloaded guest VM. Yeah, we're skipping 2019. Alternatively, you can download other version, however. So VSL setup is not complicated. This post, I mean on Windows, it might be complicated on the VM, and we're not going to use the same as they are, because I don't want both installed. I uninstalled the other one. It contains direct links to all available. Windows Server. Important note that Windows client sometimes comes with a 19-day on Windows Server 180-day evaluation period. There are ways to extend the period for some systems by rearming them. How to extend Windows 10 Enterprise evaluation. Install a new Windows VM. For detailed instructions, setup guide for VirtualBox. Requirements: 100 gigabytes of hard drive. Dynamically, of course. This way, the disk is kept small and grows larger when needed. However, it can't go beyond the initial size. Make sure you choose the right size based on the expected amount of data. Yes, I have 64 on mine. This should be good enough. We'll see. 4 plus GB RAM. 2 or more CPUs. So I should really get a new computer, but it costs money, unfortunately. Annoyingly. I would love to you just get whatever I want, but I'm not working that much, so install Windows from the ISO. I want to get a better job. When finished, shut down the system and create a snapshot. Yeah, so that's kind of what we just cloned a snapshot of this machine. So, enable Windows Subsystem for Linux and install Ubuntu. Yeah. So, VirtualBox does not support VSL2. But does VMware support it? So
Aiden says,
my version here.
Hopefully you land a job that just gives you a good computer and access to labs fix at 42 lol.
Yeah, that would be nice. VMware Workstation. Gosh. So let's search for VSL2. Microsoft Docs should raise awareness of limitations. So let's go back and let's do instead. Oh my, what did I click? Install. Well, we can do installation guide. So how to manually install on a Windows 10 virtual machine, and this is VMware here, and this is 2022. So it should still work. Let's see what that says. How old is it too? I'm mostly thinking options, you know, and they may change. This is December 2023, so it's a bit more than half a year. That should be better. Oh, we don't want to do videos, so that's slow. Oh, so let's look at this one. I'm just quick scanning this a bit. Yeah, so I don't think we need to do this. So let's look again. Okay, so this is not what we want. It's not on Windows. So let's go back. But it says VSL2. No, that's not the one I read. Ubuntu in VMware. So this is wrong thing. And this is 2023 earlier. And it's on LinkedIn. Well, we'll see. So just want to make sure that we don't do anything odd and can't start it. So let's just I can't use a computer with Edge. I guess we need to start it once to get Firefox, right? I'm sorry if someone gets offended. I guess it's a good browser. I've never used it, I shouldn't complain. I don't want any sync. Come on, can't it just disappear? What? This is why I don't like it, you know? Four, 5 questions? I just want Firefox. I guess we should have not opened this. Now we'll keep. I guess Windows still wants it too. What page did we go to? Yeah. It was in Swedish first. I wanted to confirm it's not doing Swedish. It was finished. Why does it complain? So I'm thinking this is the basics. What is it adding to Windows? So I just thought we'd go to VSO. I'm not just doing it in. Anything else? Would you like to pin Farfetch? We already have. It disappeared? No. Okay, so it didn't pin it. Because I did select to pin it. Okay, and here we have a skip step. This is the difference. You can skip everything. Though it's still annoying with the stuff when I just want to get started, you know? So... okay. So, first of all, we're streaming, right? I didn't notice. So, we wanted to download it. I thought like Microsoft would pop up. I think there's a Microsoft page for this. I don't mind Microsoft. Well, well. So I think there's actually... So why run Ubuntu when we can do Kali, right? I think it might be on the Kali page. So, also, bright light mode, no thank you.
Admin xmod dev says hello.
Hello, welcome in. So, we want dark mode, but we also wanted this bit to be dark, right? I guess we'll have to go to Windows settings. So, if we're going to use this one and stream on this one, so I can't scroll size here.
Admin xmod dev says I new in this channel.
Welcome in. So we're just going to set up a like forensic test Windows machine. So this is where we're creating a virtual machine, but I don't want bright light. So you need to activate Windows before you can personalize. Okay. That's a mess. So I definitely won't do that on stream, right? But this we can do at least. Probably we can do that anyway, right? I'm sure we could edit the registry still. Set Windows 10 dark mode registry. So let's click this so we can see more text. Yeah, and it even said there, no activation. So let's just, this is a search thingy. Let's just minimize this because I will be annoyed at it. So we want an icon there, and let's do regedit.
Admin xmod dev says hacking what?
So currently, I can show you. We're supposed to do this.
Admin xmod dev says Wi-Fi.
But we need more information about this. Buffer overflow, it's just saying do this, do that, you know? So I need to have more background information. We have this to read, but I'm also thinking, when we started this yesterday, this room here, this box, this is a very old Windows machine, and it's horrible, right? And since I'm streaming this too, I want to be able to have more control over stuff, to make it nicer to look at on stream, not have these tiny letters, 6 points high, and everything. So we're doing this, and we'll see if it works well. So this is just basic configuration of a new virtual machine. So I don't want everything to be bright light, so that's why we're going to computer. We can make this a bit tinier first so we can read there. So first, current user, software, and Microsoft Windows current version, Microsoft Windows current version, and we want a bit more space. Themes personalize. So themes.
Admin xmod dev says, do you use Kali Linux?
Yeah. So the thing here is to install Kali VSL on this virtual machine, which is slow in itself. So we'll see how it goes. I'm kind of thinking that maybe we shouldn't have it combined, but I'm following a guide here. Let's see, where is it? Here. So build your forensic workstation, and we're kind of not doing anything. They wanted Windows Server 2019. They're using VirtualBox, and we're doing VMware, and they're doing Ubuntu, and I'm doing Kali. So we're kind of like half following it, right? So we'll see where we end up. So here we have apps use light theme, and I'm kind of assuming we just set this to, yeah, to 0 because they're 1. So 0, and color prevalence, system uses light theme. Yeah, so you saw this one hopped to dark, but if this system uses light theme is supposed to be Because we can't set something that's already 0 to 0, right? So what if we set this to 1? And now this hopped to white. And then we set this one to 0 again. And this hops dark. Okay. So something it affects. We could enable transparency too. That will not be. I think that will take more resources, right? The color prevalence. So I want to copy this. And can we set the color here? So color prevalence, set it to value 1. Colorful but with light theme enabled. What? I think it was cute. So we could always just test it, you know? So they have a something that just sets them a red file. So I'm not pleased with this because the registry editor is still bright light, right? But I guess it's always is. It's the way it is. But we got this one dark, and I'm kind of not. That's nice. I don't want it to be bright light. So let's. Now we can read this. Also, we have dark here. So, I'm thinking background image, right? Let's do something forensic and digital background, right? What's cool? Also, we want 1080. Let's also do like, oh my goodness, it's Swedish. So there's no setting here for that. We'll have to do it somewhere else. First of all, so dark here. So English. Let's confirm in Swedish. So we don't want it to be in Swedish, right? That's not very useful. I never have Windows or... I remember when I translated DOS, it was horrible. And Windows in Swedish, you know? Translations always, they're not perfect. It's so... if it was perfect, I probably still wouldn't use it, but it's not perfect. Yeah. So that's done. So I was going for more, possibly. What doesn't click? This is just this thing here. Okay, so it's tools, all results, anytime, advanced search. So we want like free images, right? Because we're streaming, we don't want anything. So no one should complain that we're stealing their images. So we have usage rights. Free to use. Free to use or share, I guess is the lowest one. So we got a lot of coronavirus suddenly. These were not as cool, right? Yeah, so people don't use this. We'll just use any image and forget that we knew about this. Oh, we're starting to get somewhere. So, find something. What do you think? Here's a few locks. It's kind of bright. And it's also tiny. Why didn't show it even? So this is kind of too much. And there's nothing more. This one looks to be the wrong direction, right? So here there's more. But this is not within our
MP
search.
says hello again.
Hello. Welcome back. So we're just looking for something. I'm not hurrying this. We can take this image. Let's just take anything. I was trying to be nice here. So let's see what it shows us here. Might not be very, no. We could also just do 1080p and skip that bit and do images. So it might help. Anything like whatever that's kind of not as bright, because I mostly don't want this bright light, you know. The digital fingerprint. Digital fingerprints. These are licensed. This one says licensable. I don't care what it is, I just want an image. Digital forensics. This is our Shutterstock. It will probably have stuff on it. And be tiny, yeah. So, if you're bored, it's okay. Tell me to stop. Stop it. So, what's this? It's very blurry too. We could just have something kind of dark and whatever. Security, key, locks and fingerprints.
I'm doing THM rooms while watching, so I'm not bored.
Cool. Great. I'm like, hey, watch? Why would I want that on my desktop? This kinda looks fun, but there's some text there too. I don't want that. We can have, this could be like a digital fingerprint, but it's green. I would prefer blue. This one's cooler, right? Yeah, let's just do this one. So, do we have set as desktop background? We did. Well, let's just stretch it to the full thing. So, thank you Firefox for doing this nicely. What do you think? It's still bright. I didn't want it to be bright. So I'm thinking when we've done the basic this stuff, we will take a snapshot. And I'm closing it down for that. We could also like save image as. Let's save it in downloads. and take a few more if I get annoyed at it. I kind of am already annoyed at it. So what if we stretch this one to the background? Is that better? I think that's better. The other one was too bright, right? So we have the other images there if we want to. So it's kind of good. It's okay. So we can close these and continue to the actual stuff, right? But the graphics is important. It's important to have things. Oh gosh, I was trying to drag that icon. So we want it down here. Annoying. So I'm thinking. I think it moved it immediately. Whatever. Let's look at large icons. Because I'm thinking we want to have a lot of stuff right here, and it's for stream. It's a large stuff. And it wants to do another restart. So this was not really what I planned for this stream. And it also thinks it's 6. 6. So let's look at the time first. So we need to fix this time. So Pacific. So I'm in Sweden. I don't want Pacific time. It's kind of odd. No, I'm just looking at the numbers. So Stockholm, there. That's where I'm at. So let's go back here. And let's restart it. I guess it's funny to make a snapshot in the middle of a update, right? So while we're doing that, so it said here that VirtualBox that we don't use doesn't support VSL2. And this thing says VSL2 on Windows. Yeah, so this is not on a VM. Let's do a new Google. So we want VM. VMware, we want Windows 10, and we want Kali VSL2. That's what we want. So it's not how to. How to is easy. I'm thinking if there are some special quirks, you know, of this. So for casual users, version visualization performance feature, they're non-divisor, but this is fairly standard. It's the same visualization features that we all want. VMware guests can be configured to work with VSL, but it's not without drawbacks. Yeah, so that's why I'm thinking it would be better to have separate machines and not have it on there. Let's actually look why he wants it on there, right? So he wants to be able to install both Linux and Windows tools, I'm assuming. But we could just have them on separate virtual machines. But then we would have to transfer the files between them, right? And that might not be like, we don't want them to land on our Windows machine in between, right? So VirtualBox doesn't support it. Web partial run. VSL, download it onto here. When downloaded, rename the package to zip and extract the archive. Install the app64. It's restarting the Windows machine now. Package confirmed. Well, then let's actually rename the stream, right? So installing digital forensics VM, right? Because we won't have time today to start that. And the YouTube one can't do it in I can't do it in OBS. I'll have to go in here and let's see what pops up here. YouTube Studio and content live. I want to edit this one to installing digital forensics VM. There. So it will be for more stuff. But that's what we're calling it to. So it's almost done with its installation. So I'm just keeping reading here. So I'm like, why does he install it like this? This is such a complicated way to install VSL. I mean, Windows, you can just click to install it, right? Do not upgrade to VSL 2 in this one. Can we do it? So we will do snapshots. So if it doesn't work with VSL 2, we'll just go back to that snapshot. 97%, 98% complete in updates. So, right. So I'm thinking maybe the TTS message is a bit of a mess, right? And also maybe I should be on this side here. So it actually started. So password. So, and also when we cloned this machine that was intended to test my Python course, it has this username, which I guess is okay. And we have our background. What is this? What is this? Oh. So, how do I remove this thing? Taskbar settings. Let's do the settings we want before we really get started, right? And do that snapshot and stuff. Because I'm thinking I will use this a bit, and I don't want it to do clause stuff. Does anyone want that? Ever? Am I, like, odd? So we can't do this either. We can't customize our taskbar this way. So last time we just Googled. So there was a Microsoft one too. So Where's it for setting? So now I'm not annoyed by the bright light around this window, though this is still bright. Yeah, so let's go here, let's go dark. No. Yeah, what else do we want to have always on this machine? So now we can read this. So here we have dark reader isn't perfect. So let's just see if this notepad actually is dark mode now. Or we did do the Windows 10 one, right? So it's not, it's just it's normal. Right, I should make this bigger for stream too, right? And I should hop over there. We're going to look at those paths. Yeah, so I should probably do one thing first and next one after that, right? So we won't radiate it again, and this time I guess I want long lines this time, right? And bright light. So HKLM, we could type it or copy it. Should we do that? We can click a bit more. I'm not in a hurry. This is kind of fun to do. So here in advanced. Remove widgets. Remove chat. Start menu alignment. We can play with this. And it will remember where we were next time, so we don't have to remember it. We're supposed to add stuff. Let's see what this does. I'm curious. We don't need the alignment changed. I'm curious what this does. Let's log out. We might also have put it on the wrong place because we didn't put it in default. So this didn't do any change. But it's fun to play with this, right? So let's go back to Firefox. That looks okay now. Oh gosh, I didn't enable it. Okay. That's a thing to do too. We need to go to the settings. So here they have it under current user too, right? So let's just remove the ones I added, and we're going to skip this for now. It's not hell on earth to have that there. So I don't think it's worth it. We should continue doing useful stuff instead. So I'm just not reading aloud all of this. It's not really useful for anything. So VSL and VSL2. VSL2 is preferred and the default option when installing VSL. This is because VSL2 uses the actual Linux kernel inside a Hyper-V virtual machine. VSL1 uses a transition layer similar to Wine. So I'm thinking maybe VSL1 is better actually, since we're inside a VM already. And it might be a mess. Recommended using Windows 11 as it's simpler. However, if you're using Windows 10, it's still possible. It requires additional steps and places to make Windows 10 easier. Having a machine as subtly as possible will help. So, I saw the restart. Well, don't you think this is horrible? So, why would anyone want this? And why does it keep popping up underneath this horrible thing here? I don't even know how to get rid of it. I right-clicked. So there is settings here. Turn off. There we go. I should have just clicked randomly on any place on the line. Task view button. What is task view button? Is this this thingy? Anyway, let's check before we install anything. I want a clean snapshot that is up to date. So let's check that it's updated. Make sure. Yeah. So on my machine I totally disabled the poor restarting my machine when I'm doing something thingy. So let's read more meanwhile, right? So there. Do not use the new Microsoft command VSL install, since this is going to install VSL 2, which won't work with VirtualBox, which we're not using. To check if you have VSL 2, VSL version. So this is how easy it is, right? But they don't want us to do it, so configure the Windows environment. This is why we'll make a snapshot and then we'll just try VSL 2, and if it doesn't work just perfectly, then we'll try VSL 1 instead. I'll set a time zone for what? The following settings are digital forensic best practices that should be considered when setting up a forensic workstation. So the time zone to UTC, important. This is a general best practice for conducting forensic analysis and ensures that standard time zone is being used across all tools. It also helps to... Yes, Gaban. Okay, so my kid's calling. I'll be right back. So, installing 100%. No, installing 11%. Okay, so it switched the text first. So I have pancakes in the microwave for me. One of my kids. I have 2 kids, not pancakes. Well, there are 2 pancakes in the microwave. Very interesting, right? So, time zone. It helps to correlate events that possibly happened across different time zones. Or where this origin is not clear. Okay, so let's do that then. I just change it to my time. So, it's not like it's crazy far, you know? UTC is 1 hour off. So, we will just have to remember. So we have done this one. Configure Windows Explorer to show hidden files. Yeah. That we can do too before restarting it. So now I'm just curious. I'm just curious now why it closed the Windows Update bit. So always show. Let's fix all them. So launch folder Windows in a separate process. Restore previous Windows. So let's there. Meaning we also show desktop ini twice, but that's stuff you just have to live with, right? Because you can't remove them. Actually, maybe we should do an exception just for the desktop folder here. Right? We can do that. So we'll just do it, right? So there. All the other folders we should see everything in, but desktop we don't have to. So let's see what else. By the way, since I'm going downstairs, I'm thinking let's check why did this one why did it turn off? Did I close this window? It's 44% here. So I'll go and get his pancakes. The microwave beeped.
MP says I must go, but thank you for the stream.
So there. Thank you for being here, and if you're still there. See you next time. So we're 74%. Let's continue, see if there's anything else we can fix. Well, because this is not like what I'm snapshotting before is the installation of VSL, right? So we can fix other stuff. It's not like we have a fresh machine. Snapshot already.
Thomas Beinchakpo says, best viewers on, web link.
I should fix that so those don't get there. I should, I guess. Right. So my god, I'm just trying to see if I can. This is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get rid of this message, but as soon as I'm trying to get to the no, it's down here, because I always got the pin one, so we can actually delete the message. Though those are not that bad, you know, but still. I thought I'd do it. I'm going to make that automatic. So, we currently have a restart to do. So, let's do this while we read on. So, show the files, yeah. So, create C cases and the C tools folder for evidence data and tools respectively. We'll see what we do about that. Having your folders in the root of your files doesn't save you from typing long pause. Yeah, I agree. Configure Microsoft Defender to avoid interference with evidence tools. And that's where we're excluding these. That's where we're creating this, I'm sure. Yeah, so want to permanently turn off real-time protection. Disable disable cloud deliver protection and automatic sample submission. Yeah, of course. So we will do this when we're like back. There's no more of these basic things. Include your working directories from Defenders. Where is our third protective scanning? Yeah. So that was so annoying. I had some files I wanted to put on my machine. I had to go and do all this, and then I want to activate it on my machine again, you know. Not my exclusion for some of the stuff, like my Obsidian nodes, where it's reacting to stuff all the time otherwise. But the real-time protection. Just transferring some files from my my Kali VM to my Windows machine to bring them when it was going. I just connected the USB
Drasty Warrior says hello.
thingy straight to the Kali machine instead to fix it. Hello.
Kitty says.
Noiki one lurk.
I know.
Translated from Indonesian.
Drasty Warrior says gotta go.
Okay, have a great day. So we're going to
Drasty Warrior
restart.
says have fun.
Thank you. This is not very fun though, setting up the system, but it's like an important thing to have it done later. So I didn't have to do it on stream, but I don't have much of a time that I can sit by the computer and do the stuff, so why not do it now and have some company?
Drasty Warrior
Hi
says hey.
Noiki one hi.
Translated from Indonesian.
Ha det bra. So, how are you, Nori?
Drasty Warrior says lol.
So the machine is restarting here. I restarted it after the update. It's nice to have one of these guides to follow. Oh, waiting for the TTS.
I am unsure. I may be coming ill Noiki one cry.
Yeah, you're not supposed to become ill. You're supposed to be great. You know. Yeah. So sending some energy here. So this was kind of a pretty image, right? I like it. So password. Here we were safe and secure. Have the best passwords.
Aiden says.
I zoned out for a little bit there. Have
Drasty
you got
Warrior says
WSL
Jagger
working
N16
yet?
a ring so maxa
Tom.
el skar at skapa saker pa egen han men sakner kodnings for mega dot beskrivning.
So I'll answer the Swedish message first. I'm a 16-year-old who loves to create stuff. But
Drasty Warrior says we don't get these
don't
lock
have
screen
any
here.
coding ability, right? Don't have this lock screen. Okay, you're supposed to really. Otherwise, you have even less security. Yeah, so if you want to learn coding, you know, we can. I should work on my Python course. The question is when. So I gave you the link to the other Python course, right? I think so. The other stream. So I'm thinking this will be kind of pretty, right? We can just have all the tools like the whatever we have that is UI based here, and let's just check again Windows updates because I just wanted to finish.
Drasty Warrior says yeah.
The snapshot.
Drasty Warrior says I saw link.
Yeah, great.
Drasty Warrior says da before yesterday. Drasty Warrior says well.
Yeah. So let's check for updates. Let's hope it's finished now. Up to
Drasty
date.
Warrior says did you ever dream to work in Microsoft?
No, I didn't. So Microsoft is kind of good and bad things, you know. But well, I could work there if they asked me, you know. But also, it's such a big company. I would prefer to work in a tinier company. So when you work at a giant American company, it's like you're nothing, right? You're just a tiny part of a giant machinery where. So if you work in a tinier company, then you're like, you can affect the stuff more and things, so.
Drasty Warrior says ooh okay.
So, no optional. While we wait here. So I thought with
Drasty
2.
Warrior says less work hour.
Oh, well, the work hours, I think it might not.
Drasty Warrior says more free, less stress. Drasty Warrior says lol.
Yes, I guess everybody would want to work like 6 hours, right? But right now, I would kind of work full time, really.
Drasty Warrior says my dream to become the AHOT of Microsoft operations.
Okay, cool. Nice to have a dream. You have something to aim for. That's good. A lot of things to learn, right? And you have to start working somewhere else. So, there it is. I was thinking this will be kind of quick. So, by the way, on the topic of reinstalling my main computer,
Kitty says,
Drasty
it's
Warrior
working
says
better
yeah.
than it used to.
Where is other TTS coming from?
It's YouTube. The other one is YouTube. So I have a StreamerBot, SpeakerBot from StreamerBot, over there. So I would like to use Security Live CTS for YouTube too, but I don't know how to, and I don't want to annoy him right now with questions. I'm hoping he will.
Hi YouTube Noiki one hi.
Better and start streaming soon. Let's see. So, right. I think we're actually let's look again. It's Windows after all, right? Might be an update and an update and an update. So we're sure, and let's not turn off Defender yet. Let's do that snapshot and stuff. So it still says here this PC doesn't currently meet the minimum system requirements to run Windows 11. So this one is up to date. We have a background. It's kind of like the basics are done. So I'm thinking we're shutting it down. We're taking a snapshot when it's shut down. Why did I do that? I was going to click there, shut down. So as soon as it's shut down, and these take
Drasty Warrior says, "Don't say it like that about Microsoft. It's gonna be my future company, lol."
Yeah, but I don't mind it if you want to work at a big company, But to get that job, you need to do other jobs first. So I didn't say anything bad about it, did I? So let's take a snapshot here, and let's call it before. So actually, basic settings done. Settings and updates.
Drasty Warrior says yeah.
And set BG.
Drasty Warrior says nah. Drasty Warrior says I like JK around.
Also, we set the time. Set time to UTC. Let's take the snapshot here. And let's actually check my hard drive space currently. So we have 99 gigs left on D where this is. So let's start it again. And now we're going to do USH2, which they don't recommend. It's starting Windows there. So let's go back up because we didn't do this, and they're saying don't do this, and we'll do exactly that because we're not on the same hypervisor. We're not using VirtualBox, so we're going to test to install it. So do not use VSL install. By the way, we're going to look at the Kali page, of course, because that was wrong. Password. Do I actually have password as a password? Am I just saying password to confuse everybody? So yeah, I was actually thinking, should I stream on like LinkedIn too? A lot of people do even more places, but I'm streaming just from my computer, both. So we'll see. Maybe I should start like sending I'm streaming thingies, but that will also be annoying, right? 'Cause they're every day. Well, I forgot setting that I really would have wanted in there, but we can just restore this and continue reading. So size up text, move me a bit. So our recommendations for getting Kali VSL2. Open administrator command prompt and run this. Yeah, sure, let's do this. So DISM-EXE. I don't think I've used this before. That means we're going to do notes, because I've used VSL command, but I haven't used that, I think. So, I'm thinking this is of course Windows, and we're not doing a box now. So let's close the boxes a bit. So these are my notes, and they're public on GitHub, and my GitHub link is in at least on Twitch. I'm thinking where to put this. I have a Windows one over here, and this might be a reasonable place to do this actually. Let's like so VSL2 Kali. Oh, sorry. So sorry, just my hubby calling. He's already on his way back from work since it's apparently kind of dead, you know, summer. Right. So let's actually just. It's not like we really need this because it's here, right? But it's always nice to make some notes. So for actually on VMware is the thing here, right? Right on VM. Well, this is a long name. That's a long name, and I can't spell Windows. Windows. And we could like do like Win10 and install. Whatever. Let's go for this. For forensic. We don't have to make it capitalized. Forensic. VM. So we'll just put everything we find here, right? So let's start with running these. So I'm just copying these to the notes. And apparently I failed copying. Or yeah, so the second time it worked, meaning it wasn't it wasn't that copying doesn't work to this virtual machine. It works. Let's open a CMD administrator. And I don't know, did it all go black for you guys? Let's make it tinier here, and I'm going to actually paste this here. But just let's do one line at a time. And of course, I'm like totally stupid here because we need to do it here, and I was going to copy from here. So now I already copied it. And let's open a CMD over here where we're actually supposed to do this. I did uninstall VSL because of my full hard drives on my machine. I used to have Ubuntu on it. And Kali, right. I had both, I think. So there. So let's paste this first line. So if this machine dies, we have our snapshot to fall back on if we can't log in anymore. So yeah, because I was thinking, why did we get the new line sent? That's because my latest copy of just one line didn't work. Which is odd. So what we did now, online enable feature, feature name, virtual machine platform, all, no restart. So deploy image servicing and management tool. So let's actually put this in the notes so we have an example of what output we get from this, right? So that's that. We could also SH this so we get a bit of color in there, even though it's not a lot. So let's just actually, so a bit bigger, right? Is this good? You can see what I'm doing. Actually, let's do 2 smaller because my head's in the way of the right. So deploying, so the command is online enable feature Microsoft Windows System Linux all deploy image service and management tool. Operation completed successfully. Restart Windows to complete this operation. Do you want to restart now? Yes, let's restart. And it reacted to just the Y there. I didn't have to press return or anything. So the problem here is that we didn't screenshot that. Oh well. Or like catch the text. It was very similar to the other one first and then not. Ooh. So it's restarted. This is a nice thing with VMs. They're kind of quick to restart, right? No hardware in the way. So this takes some time. Did I say it was quick? Just thinking about the kids a bit. So it annoys me that I haven't done this setting yet. So we should do it. Let's go to settings here. And go open previous. Yeah, Google on top. So restart when prompt. Download and install Visual 2, a Linux kernel from here. Yeah, because I've seen this when I've been downloading stuff. Restart. But why should I restart it after downloading it? The Linux kernel update package installs the most recent version of VSL2 Linux kernel for running VSL inside the Windows operating system image. Download the latest package. VSL2 kernel.
Madam Fabulous says,
GM.
Hello. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm thinking this is why then anyway. Run the update package downloaded in the previous step. Double click it to run. You will be prompted for elevated permissions. Click yes. Approve this installation. Once installation is complete, move to the next step. VSL setting. VSL2 is your default version when installing new Linux distributions. Yes. So I think that this is also in here, right? So and I'm also thinking that this link we want in our notes, right? Because this is what we have right line. Download it and run. this. Well, from so it's an executable file. It may contain viruses. Windows system for Linux update setup. Welcome to Windows system for Linux setup wizard. Click finish button. Right, the thing is that it said restart, so I guess we will restart, right? Instead of following these steps. Yeah, install your distribution of your choice or whatever. Since this wants us to restart, I guess we will restart. So Windows 4, Windows 5, 6. So maybe about 30 seconds, we'll see there. Yeah, about 30 seconds, right? That's kind of okay. So I'm just typing restarted in the notes. What did I click? So let's set BSL to as default.
Aiden says,
Welcome back, Madam Fabulous. Smile, smile.
Madam Fabulous. Yeah. So that should be quickly done. Let's actually put this to in the notes. We only missed a bit with the restart here. Doesn't matter much, right? So install from the Microsoft Store, Kali Linux. Note if there's an existing Kali Visual 1, upgrade it by running such version. Run Kali to finish the initial step of creating a new. Okay. Yeah. So we're going both installation instructions here. Because I'm thinking these have a okay, MS VSL store, and this one was different. This is Kali specific, right? But it's still Microsoft Store. So let's copy this link to the notes quickly there. And I guess download. And then I guess we run it. So when I installed it, I didn't do this complicated way. I don't think you need to do these at all. I think you can like install it in Windows somehow. So let's compare. So we're doing virtual machine platform first. And these are doing Microsoft Windows Subsystem Linux, which is the second line here only. So Microsoft should know its operating system, right? So it's installing Kali. Oh. So installing this may take a few minutes. So first, and downloading and running. And we're going to just paste the thing here. Nothing really making nice color, just a pink N. Installing this may take a few minutes. We also registration distribution failed with error. May please enable virtual machine platform feature, right? So this is what we're getting. So let's see if we can make this work. So let's go down here and see if there's any information here. Yeah, so here you have manually installed for older versions, and we had installed VSL, so we could probably have done like a quick way. VSL installed, yeah. So this is all you have to do really, right? Change the default installation. So you don't have to do all of this thing if it's a normal machine. Set version, distro name to merge set version. So we kind of did this with the Kali Linux. We clicked get. I just assumed this, you know. The console window will open. You will be asked to wait for a minute or two for files to be decompressed and stored on your PC. All future launches should take less than a second. You will then need to create a user account and password for your new Linux distribution. And this is the same like window, only these will be creating a username. And we need troubleshooting. Just quick checking here. So, troubleshooting. So, we have this one too still up. Let's close it. Let's put this in the notes. I'm just pasting it there for now. Meaning also we have the error number. So let's see if we search for the error number here. And we find it, installation file. Please make sure that virtualization is enabled inside your computer BIOS. The instruction how to do this will vary from computer to computer. Require CPU support second level address translation slot feature, which was introduced in Intel. Will not be able to run VSL2 even if the virtual machine platform is successfully installed. Everyone tried upgrade. Yeah, so since it doesn't know we're on a virtual machine, well, let's actually Google on this one now. So first of all, this error, and then do VMware, right? So it's so funny that we got documentation from Microsoft on GitHub, and now we get an error message. So let's TTS this while we continue looking at the top.
If this is off topic, or belongs somewhere else, please let me know and I'll move
Madam
it.
Fabulous says.
Also, if I read the thread
Amen
correctly,
slash.
this is regarding trying to
Translated
enable
from German.
WSL2 in a Windows 10 VM running on a Linux host, but the errors that I'm seeing are basically the same. Will running these commands on a Windows 10 host allow other hypervisors, particularly VirtualBox, to run with WSL2 enabled on the host also? I've found that enabling the virtual machine platform functionality for WSL2 on my host machine, specs below, gives me an error in both VMware Workstation 1.2.5.6 and VirtualBox 6.0.8 R130520, Qt 5.6.2, that virtualization is not enabled in the BIOS even though it is. If I disable virtual machine platform and reboot, VMware and VirtualBox both work again. I do not have Hyper-V installed on my machine. I'd love to take advantage of the benefits of WSL2, but for my Docker development setup on my work machine, I need to be able to use at least VirtualBox, so this is a killer for me.
VSL2
Machine specs:
and Docker
Dell XPS
and
8900,
without any
32
problems
GB
on this
RAM,
computer.
i7-8700 quad-core with hyper-threading, all virtualization enabled in the BIOS, XD enabled in BIOS. Windows 10 Enterprise 1903 build 18362.10006. All latest updates for firmware/BIOS are installed, as are all the latest Windows updates.
Let's just
currently on the slow ring of the Windows Insider
right?
program. Thanks.
So I think the other VM that I have, which won't start, that's not mine but downloaded, I think we might have to do the same things. Because these are settings for this one. Okay. It is 2 gigs memory. I don't have very much memory, so oh, this one. Why is it still there? That's the installation. So So let's actually turn it off. So we can see the options when it's off. Also, I need to get a sandwich or something. What time is it? 16:27 already. So edit the virtual
Dev
machine
Sutar says,
settings.
ma'am, smiley face, I'm back again, good afternoon from India, heart.
Welcome back. Welcome back. So let's see here. So we have options here, general options. So it is a Windows system, working directory. This is a power, shared folders, snapshots, auto protect. Access control. Encryption. Viewer tools. And we don't want to synchronize timeline because we're supposed to have UTC on this one. Tool updates. So nothing of this is here in the advanced one. If it's log virtual machine process vertically, enable template mode, clean up disk and shut them down, disable side channel mitigation. Enable side channel mitigations, enable virtualization based security support. Changing firmware might cost. Okay. Yeah, so I think my hubby just got home too. He called, you know. We're going to continue looking at this. I'll just go a second. Let's see. So, well, this was apparently not Windows VM.
Dev Sutar says, ma'am, I'm web developer and cybersecurity guy as beginner, so I want to tell you about the I was make website that was gathering all info file system from the victim's system without permission.
Okay. Okay, yeah. It's bad if browsers allow you to get data. Wait a second, I'll just go and talk to you. Men nu har jag Windows i Windows och i den andra Windowsen som är Windows vill jag ha Linux.
Så jag fattar inte grejen.
Därför att jag ska göra en forensic maskin som har alla toolsen liksom.
Du vill bara köra virtual maskin så har man en Linux eller FreeBSD eller vad man vill ha.
Men jag vill inte behöva ta filerna tillbaka till Windows-maskinen som om det är malware alltså. Virus och skit. Som man tittar på i en separat säkerhet. Vill man inte att det ska komma in till sin riktiga Windows-maskin?
Ja, men är det inte därför du vill ha den i en virtuell eller vad?
Ja, men om jag har en Linux och en Windows separat så måste jag ju ta det emellan dem. Måste jag ha nätverket på något sätt. See?
Ja. Vill du ta det eller?
Jag tänker mest att om man ska testa och köra i den.
Ja, men i VirtualBox eller VMware Workstation så kan man
alltså det går ju, jag håller bara på att mixa med det.
Du kan ha slutet VLAN som du har.
Ja,
en Windows-server och en...
Men det är inte det som jag vill testa att göra.
Ja, jag har inte gjort det där subsystem-grejen.
Ja, det har jag använt förut också liksom. So, my hubby and my youngest will go biking for a bit. And then we'll get some food. Maybe they can bike and get Thai food. I don't think so. Right. So I only mentioned it because I already tried. I made sure to run the enable Windows option feature online feature command. Of course, it gave me an error listed above and I attempted to initialize Debian. Make sure it says visualization enabled on Task Manager Performance tab CPU. Okay, we can look that on both our machines. So, oh my god, I should get a sandwich too, right? Because it will take a bit for them to go biking. Yeah, I'm sorry. I will just go get a sandwich. So I have some videos. This morning I ate yogurt with muesli, and I took too much. I couldn't finish it. Quite a lot left. So for lunch I just finished it. The kind of muesli that don't really go bad from waiting a few hours in the fridge. Anyway, so I didn't really eat real lunch, so that's probably why I'm so hungry now. And biking to and from work. Va? I guess we'll just click through everything, right? That's too much. That's just the snapshots. Hardware compatibility. A wizard. Okay, that sounds advanced. This is the normal settings. So I've seen more settings. Where did I see them? So, where on earth? I remember having more, what? I dragged it underneath the VM. Where? Screen. Let's look at this thing on the VM, right?
Neovimispus says,
Hi.
So, let's start the VM again. I didn't find the setting. I've seen it before. That's annoying. When you know you've seen something and you go through all the settings, you don't find it. So this is why I want a new computer, right? That's a bit high for just starting a VM. That has 2 gigs of RAM. You could just have an actual machine too, of course. But it's kind of nice to have this in a virtual machine. Nothing is running. Yeah, very much so. Not. So, this one says virtual machine. Yes, it doesn't say virtualization enabled. So I guess we might need to trick it, you know? It knows it's a virtual machine. So if we compare these two, so we can see the differences here. So this is the virtual machine, and this one has virtualization enabled. And also this one isn't doing anything, but showing task manager. Couldn't it have sorted the drives? Now you can see HD, HDD, SSD, USB. Well, that's good to know. So we have virtual machine. Yes, I know I'm a virtual machine, you know, virtualization enabled. So we don't have any virtualization enabled on the virtual machine. Let's see if someone writes anything more here. Here, virtual machine, yes. Also, when I run system info, it tells me Hyper-V requirements has been detected. Features required for Hyper-V will not be displayed. Microsoft documentation says That is expected response for working in less than Hyper-V environment. So, the host OS is Linux. I think that is an important detail. Did you try Windows Sandbox Fear to see if it works? It could be just... No. What? No. The host OS is Windows. Why did they think that? I don't know. I don't know where you got the idea. That was Linux. Sorry, I was confused because of this. In my case, I'm running Visual 2 instead of Hyper-V VM with Windows 10 as host and Taskmaster as logical processors and virtualization. Which CPU are you running, by the way? But Windows Center's feature it utilizes a lightweight VM too, so if you can run it at least we can discard such virtualization problems. Yeah. It says virtual processors because it's generation 2 VM with if you can't enable library feature anymore, it's probably because of a broken install. Sorry, it was a little long to reply. Obviously not great out on the host machine, given virtualization needs to be enabled to run. I discovered that as soon as virtualization is not enabled on new Hyper-V VMs by default because it enables the dynamic memory feature. Yeah, so I'm just generally reading on this now. This. If this is off topic, belongs somewhere else, but no. Regarding trying to enable VSL 2 on a Windows 10 running on a Linux host, but the errors I'm seeing is basically the same. Running this command on Windows 10 hosts allow half-rise particularly virtual backs to run a VSL 2 enabled on the host also. So, not our thing either.
Dreamer407 says smile.
Smile. This is some information. So one reason I want to install my main computer is that I made the horrible mistake of adding my work email to Outlook 2019 or something. And it's like my Windows, my Microsoft account for work is now in my machine. I can't get rid of it. I didn't ask that. Suddenly I was getting messages on my start menu like work-related stuff. From just adding it to Outlook, the email. So annoying. Microsoft, you know. Not to say anything bad about Microsoft, but why? Why? So this, I just clicked the first link, you know. So so I'm thinking maybe we should start with other virtual machine. Okay. Sorry for not reading all things aloud. It would take double time, triple time, 10 times the time. So temporarily fix issues VSL1 instead of 2. Yeah, we could try this as a workaround. Let's see if we can get VSL1 working, right? So let's just CMD admin and go to the notes. And let's do the same command that we did before, but with 1 now. And actually VSL generally no installed distributions. What if we now try to just run our downloaded file? And I guess it's in download, so I wouldn't have to open this. So will we get another message now? But I'm curious why I don't see those options that I saw before. This might take a few minutes. Right, let's make this one big too. So I'm actually going to search my notes meanwhile for virtually. So now we got a different error here. I should have opened this anyway. So I found my other notes that I had on debugging VM. Kind of quickly. So this is for the Win80 from some lab. Well, so it was another anti-siphon thingy. Being works with event shell fails. VM processor settings. Yeah, so did I really carefully look at the VM processor settings? Anyway, troubleshooting. Let's find the new error we got. And it's not in here. So this is the troubleshooting one. Where our error
Aiden
was.
says,
Think I just became single. If only relationships were as easy as computers, eh?
Oh.
Fix it 42 lol.
Oh.
How far along are you now? I was off tongue.
Yeah, so I looked up my notes. We read a bit Googling errors on Microsoft, but it was, you know, not exactly VMware and other stuff. And we got another error now after trying to switch to unspecified error after switching to VSL1. So I'm thinking we'll switch back to number 2. So let's go back to 2 again. And this one didn't help. Let's actually close the VM down again and look at the processor options again. Since this is not exactly what I had, but I think I copied and pasted from some stuff. Disable all features that we need to disable in order to get virtualness, minimalness, virtualization. To get the word we need to disable. So this is a list of things to do with this kind of problem, but we can look at my notes first, what I had. So this is the one we want to do it on. So was it like here then? Virtualization engine. So this is what solved this person's, and I found it now in processor settings. I think I looked through everything. Apparently I didn't. I was thinking like, oh, processor. I don't know what I was thinking.
Avesh029 says, hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
Welcome back. Yeah, so this isn't going perfect, but I know this is a common problem and we will fix it somehow. So now we changed one setting here, and we can start it and see if there's any change. So, virtualize is not supported on this platform. Well, this is a problem, right?
Where is this digital forensics VM from?
We're making one. So, it's Windows 10 so far, and we're trying to install VSH 2. So, solved.
Oh. Nice.
So we have a guide, but they're using totally different stuff than we do. This one has it's VirtualBox. They use Windows Server 2019 instead of Windows 10, and they're using Ubuntu instead of Kali. So it's different. But the rest of the stuff I'm aiming to follow. Let's just see what this video says.
Hey guys, in this video I'm going to show you how you can solve this problem on your VMware workstation where you are trying to start a virtual machine and it says virtualized Intel VT-X EPT is not supported on this platform. So I see this error window and my virtual machine is not starting, and when I click yes, it does nothing, right? So let's see how we can solve this problem. So there are a few different ways in which you can solve this problem. The main cause of this problem is that your Hyper-V is enabled and you need to disable that. So to disable your Hyper-V, you just need to search for turn Windows feature on and off in your search bar and choose this option. It says turn Windows feature on or off.
Okay. Going to open this. Let's look for that. So we have this here.
Option, and here, so you can see in my case the Hyper-V is already disabled. If you see this checkbox here, then
so let's check. We have Hyper-V with the checkbox. So if we disable this one and click OK, is this all that we need to do? Let's look more at this.
you just need to uncheck this checkbox, which is going to disable the Hyper-V. And then once you disable the Hyper-V, you might need to restart your Windows 11 operating system and then check if this virtual machine starts or not. And because in my case Hyper-V is already disabled, even then also the virtual machine is showing the same error. Let's start a few other options. So for the other options, what you can do here is you can open your command prompt. So just write CMD and open the command prompt. So I'm going to write this command, which is called system info, which is going to load all the system information. And you can see it says Hyper-V has been detected. Features required for Hyper-V will not be displayed. In addition to the system info command, you can also run this msinfo32 command and then open system information. And when you will scroll down, you will be able to see hypervisor has been detected here, right at the end. So same message you will see using the msinfo32 command. Now in the next step, what you can do is you can just open your command prompt. So just search for CMD and then right click and then run your command prompt as an administrator and click on yes here. And here run this command, which is bcd-edit/set hypervisor launch type off. And you can see it says the operation completed successfully. So make sure you run this command prompt as an administrator. I'm going to put all these commands in.
So this is tiny bcd edit. Isn't this what we did, right? No. Let's go to the notes again and let's look. Let's do this and this. So we have this open. So I found what I was looking for. It was this file. Yes, it was this one. I forgot about this folder. So this is what we're doing. So we can like recreate it now. Yeah, I can't restart my computer right now, you know, but we can test starting this. Let's do no. We said no. How could it say that it failed to start when we said no? Works and it does not support nested virtualization on this host. And now we did close stuff down, you know. What if we just restart this? If I need to restart my computer, that's like won't work. While we're streaming. No, I'm not.
So are you trying to be a digital forensics expert?
Just general knowledge. And this is actually, the base of this is a TryHackMe room with a bad Windows machine that we want to replace.
Or specialize in digital forensics?
No. So I'm not changing. I want to do pen testing, red teaming stuff mainly, but I want to learn all things. You know, it's all connected. So this is a room that we're doing, and this has no information in it really. It's just do this, do that. Actually, let's do this and let's read Tiberius' document that he's linked in this room which he made, right? So this is actually in a path.
Yeah, I
offensive
have a
pen testing
similar
path.
one, RN.
Yeah, so I need more knowledge and information for this one. And I didn't think this was... It's saying do this, do that. It doesn't say we do this because of, and explain things. So we'll need to learn things before. It also says you need knowledge before. It doesn't say what you need to know or where you could find this information, you know? Which is kind of annoying. Maybe I'll ask him. So let's look at this. First, there are some links. Let's ignore them for now.
Try finding write-ups on it. Some of these rooms are pretty poorly made in GL.
Yeah, I'm not
Especially
doing any
for beginners.
write-ups or anything before I learned stuff or tried stuff. So, well, let's start reading this. So, Immunity Debugger. We also have this page up. We can look at this. Here was Mona stuff, and that was a link from the other stream, right? So, always run Immunity Debugger as administrator if you can. There are generally 2 ways to use Immunity Debugger to debug an application. And also about the virtual machine, I'm not even sure that I want to run a virtual machine inside a virtual machine that is very low. You know, see what I assigned to it, 2 GB of RAM, you know? So we could increase it, but we'll see. We'll see why when we continue reading this too. So I haven't had time to read since yesterday, or I could have read all these documents, but I didn't. There are generally 2 ways to use to debug an application. Make sure the application is running. Open Immunity Debugger and use the file attached to attach the debugger to the running process.
Have you tried Hackbox?
Yeah, so like a year ago when I started, I looked at that academy and created an account, and it's just gone now. So I created a new one, but I was thinking I didn't do much, you know, only free stuff. But the normal Hackbox boxes I've done a bit on, but not a lot, because well, I like TryHackMe. On Hack the Box, you're not alone on the machine, first of all, so some other people can have changed the files, and then on the free ones, and then when you go in there, it's like broken, right? So I'm thinking I'll do all the TryHackMe stuff first. All the TryHackMe boxes, they're, you know, you have your own machine, it's nice.
You can try Retired Machine XD.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. But yeah, I can't do retired machines. I'm sorry, the opposite. I can only do active machines if I don't pay them, and I can't do those on stream. So that's sad, but it's the way it is. I've heard people actually being thrown out of Hack the Box temporarily because they stream them. So, I won't. So the other way to open Immunity Debugger, then use file open to run an application. This is the way that we used yesterday, as we were following the example here. But we didn't know what we were doing, or rather I didn't know what I was doing, because there was no explanations. So when attaching to an application or opening an application in Immunity Debugger, the application will be paused. Click Run button or press F9. We did this. Note, if the binary you're debugging is a Windows service, you may need to start the application via SC. Okay? Some applications are configured to be started from the service manager, will not work unless they're started by service control. Mona setup. So this was no more information than what we already had. Well, the service bit was new. Mona is a powerful plugin from Immunity Debugger for Immunity Debugger that makes exploiting buffer overflows much easier. Download Mona. So we already had this, and let's see. ID 1. I have to click the link to see what on earth happens. Yeah, so we got to the same page. That's what I thought. Whatever. The latest version can be downloaded here. And that's the page we have up here, because we'll read about that too. The latest version can be downloaded here. The manual can be found here. Okay. Manual. I didn't have the manual link. So let's read that later. Annoying with stuff popping up. Copy the MonaPy file to the PyCommands directory of Immunity Debugger. Usually look at it. This is good to know. That is actually a Python thingy that's really just used for Immunity Debugger, right? Immunity Debugger PyCommands. In Immunity Debugger, type the following to set the working directory for Mona. And we did this in this TryHackMe room, but we didn't get even this much explanation. Fuzzing. The following Python script can be modified and used to fuzz remote entry points to an application. It will send increasingly long buffer strings in the hope that one eventually crashes the application. And these are the scripts that were just in this room that we were supposed to save with no explanation, though we read them and it wasn't very complicated like that. Let's see if it's the same thing. So this is the one called fuzzing. Yeah, and A times counter. I think this is the one. No. We had an A times 100 here. Not a counter though. It's not exactly the same. I'm thinking it's the same lines, but it's not the same thing. Check that the EIP register has been overridden by ACE. Make a note of any other register that have either been overwritten or are pointing to space in memory which has been overridden. Okay. Crash, replication, and controlling EIP. Yeah, so this is really what this is much more explanation than anything else I've read. Because it just said look for EIP in there, and it took me like 10 minutes to find it. The program is horrible and the text was 6 points. I couldn't read it. Finally I found it. Crash, replication, and controlling EIP. The following skeleton exploit code can be used for the rest of the buffer overflow exploit. I'm not reading the code now. Using the buffer length, which calls the crash, generate a unique buffer so that we can determine the offset in the pattern. Yeah, so that's what the second script here did. So we run here pattern create from Metasploit framework tools exploit to create that pattern, and they do here too. So using the buffer length goes across an offset of the pattern which other registers point to. Generate a pattern that is 400 bytes larger than the crash buffer, so that we here this we was told, but not why. This is the why bit, so that we can determine whether our shellcode can fit immediately, right? So now we're getting more information. Why is this not in the TryHackMe room? And it's 4 years old, the TryHackMe room. So if the largest buffer doesn't crash the application, use a pattern equal to the crash buffer length and slowly add more to the buffer to find space. If a large buffer doesn't crash the application, so a larger buffer, oh, well, I guess buffer was a larger string is not what they meant. Buffer equals, so they mean this. All of it together. And this is where we're supposed to paste all of the generated data from pattern create. So while the unique buffer is on the stack, use Mona's find MSP command with a distance argument set. So this was not in there either. It just said run this this command. It doesn't say why. So I guess we will ask Tiberius if he can please update the TryHackMe room for the next person. Or are we really supposed to read this before? Then he should say not just this is a place for information. Say read this now. Handy guide to exploiting buffer overflows with the help of Mona. It doesn't say you need to read this before starting the room, right? Otherwise you won't understand what on earth I am saying that you're supposed to type. Well, the unique buffer is on the stack. Use Mona's find MSP. We did the find MSP there, right? This command with a distance argument set to the pattern length, and we had 2000. Note that the EIP offset 112. Yeah. And also these were... we didn't get this kind of view in the room. I'm just comparing so I know what to do later when we were running it. So here we got, let's see, only this. And this is much harder to find than more lines, right? Especially since they're so tiny, you can't make them bigger. Note the EIP offset turn 12, and on the other right 0 points to the pattern, noting their offsets as well. It seems that the ESP register points to the last 484 bytes of the pattern, which is enough space for our shellcode. Create a new buffer using this information to ensure that we can control EIP. Prefix offset overflow times offset. Okay, so we're adding that first. Padding payload C times 600 minus 4. They could have used offset here, right? Because it's... ah, well. Crash application using this buffer makes sure that EIP is overridden by Bs, and that the ESP register points to the start of the Cs. Finding bad characters. Generate a byte array using mono and exclude the null byte by default. Note the location of the byte array bin file is generated. Yeah, so I need even more information than this gives us, but it's better than the room. Now generate string of bad characters that's identical to the byte array. The following Python script can be used to generate string of bad cars or chars from put the string of bad chars before the C in your buffer and adjust the number of C's to compensate. Okay. So they're apparently adding 255 characters here then. Yeah. This one stopped one before. Crash application uses this buffer and make note of the addresses to which ESP points. So let's just quickly see how much more is there. So we finish this and then we look at something else, because I was thinking to look for other rooms on TryHackMe that have this kind of stuff, and otherwise I'll just do something else, meaning find information at another place, right? So a string of bad characters. Yeah, I read that. Crash application using the buffer. Get into the habit of copying it from the register each time. Use the Mona compare command to reference the byte rate generated and address to which ESP points. Mona compare. So we need to know more about Mona here. There was this documentation here, right? This yellow thingy. Find a jump point. The Mona JMP command can be used to search for JMP. Jump, I should say, I guess. Or equivalent instruction to a specific register. The jump command will, by default, ignore any modules that are marked as a rebase. So, what are those then? There's so much information missing here. The following example searches for JMP SB or equivalent. Return instruction doesn't. So I'm just quickly scanning the rest of the lines. Generator a shell MSFNM. If encounter was used to present remainder, payload, final buffer, overflow practice. So, let's open the other pages here before, and actually let's search here first. So, learn. Let's search here. Buffer with 3 Fs. Overflow. Are there other rooms on this? So. So apparently I started this one, but I haven't done it all. So let's do this one first, and hopefully this will be what we need to get the other room, understand it better. And there's another one, which is tutorial room exploring a CVE for pseudo. So this is like more like a practical example test. Deploy this virtual machine once you're connected. Using SSH. Whichever method you're using, deployed, and then there's actually a room. So this is a info room, meaning this is not any challenges. So let's start with that room and do this room, right? And that we will continue with next time, and I will also read more. Let's see. I'm thinking I will reset this room. But there's no reason to, really. Would have to find the answers again. And we can just read it instead. So, in this room we aim to explore simple stack buffer overflows. So we'll start with this one, and probably Monday then. And I will see if I continue with the box. I'm not sure if I have time with anything. I'm thinking it's better. I should have started with this probably. So I'm going to make this version still. It's just a bit late now. It's time to go shopping for some food, get some Friday dinner. Maybe watch a movie with the family, you know. So we'll see. Maybe I will continue. So funny this thing. Right, it also wants to restart, you know, from the setting, and we'll see what happens after we restart it. That's kind of why I didn't continue with this, because I need to restart and stuff. And also this is why I don't want them to be tabs, because Windows makes it look like this. Would be a menu like VirtualBox would be better. So browser. Let's see who's online. Only me. No one. So I know it's early for some people, but still someone. Someone online. Right, we need to mute this. So, who could we raid? So, I don't know who everybody is. We could do
Aiden says,
fix exception.
And also, I am kind of annoyed at this thing. Why do they have it here?
UID and then start index.
So, I don't know. He's probably coding something. He's working on a VPN all that of the time, right? So let's just copy and let's raid. There. And jag håller på att stänga ner. Jag kommer snart. So I heard them coming home from the biking trip. So for YouTube, I'm sending the link to the channel, so you can join too if you want to. So thank you very much for being here. Very odd stream and not really a. I wanted to do the TryHackMe stuff. I want to continue with the path, but also it was like it's a new area, and I had started with that other room, but we really TryHackMe should have like mentioned do these, at least this room, before you do this, so it should be there at the start. Let's hop back to the room. So here at the start, as you say, before do this room, not just you mightn't. Please note that this room doesn't teach buffer overflow from scratch. So here, add a link. Well, let's suggest it. Bye 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 bye. Thank you very much for being here. Bye bye.